Good morning. Hope you're having a great week. It is Monday, December 29th, 6:15 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, local time here in, you know what? I don't know what town I'm in. So I'm on the south side of Seattle, Washington. The address on my paperwork says that I'm in Tacoma, Washington, that this address is in Tacoma, Washington. So the freight bill says Tacoma, Washington. But the address on Google says Fife, Washington. So I'm in some small town on the south side of Seattle. I'm basically in the Seattle metropolitan area. And I figured I would record my deliveries today because it would make some interesting driving footage. Let me go. I just found an empty milk jug that I forgot to throw away. Let me go toss this in the dumpster. I got a dumpster really close to me. Just a second here. I don't know how far the Bluetooth works, so I'm not going to try to talk while I'm too far away from the truck. And let me turn off the bunk heater because I've been forgetting to turn that off. Been driving around with the bunk heater running. When I parked the truck and I went home, the entire month I was at home, I left the bunk heater on, and it was left on like a pretty high temperature. It kept it like 75 degrees inside the truck the entire month. And we had some really cold days. So this place is supposed to open up at 7 a.m. I have a 7 a.m. delivery appointment here. It's 6:17 a.m. The business next door, some type of printing place, newspaper or magazine or flyers or something. All of their employees started showing up at about 5 a.m., 5:30, somewhere in that area. But I don't know when the employees for this place are going to start showing up. I set my alarm to wake up at 5:30, but I went to bed early and I ended up waking up at like 3:30. So I woke up, I heated up some chicken nuggets, watched some YouTube, and then a few minutes ago at about 5:45, I fired the truck up and pulled away from the dock. I've been bumped to the dock since I got here Sunday morning. I got here at like 3 a.m., 3:30 a.m. Sunday morning. And I've been bumped to the dock ever since then. So now I just pulled away from the dock, opened up the doors, went inside the trailer, removed the straps, and also cut the I don't know, these little lines they put in the trailer to separate the different orders. They put these little like plastic
head south toward Pacific Highway East
rope type things, strapping material. I went ahead and removed that so that they can get it unloaded as quickly as possible. They only have 2 items in the trailer, basically 2 air conditioners. And I can't believe how they loaded the trailer. I'm actually a little concerned about how the trailer's loaded. There's almost nothing in the trailer. There are 21 total boxes in the trailer. only probably about the first 15 feet of the trailer has anything in it. And they double stacked the boxes at the front of the trailer. I don't know why they double stacked boxes whenever they used so little of the trailer. Everything should be floor loaded. They shouldn't have stacked anything up. So nothing has fallen, but I am a little concerned about how it's stacked up at the front of the trailer.
Head south toward Pacific Highway East.
But everything's ready to be unloaded. I'm bumped to the dock. Doors are open. And I'm just waiting for them to, like, arrive for work. I don't want to bother them too early because a lot of people show up for work early, but they don't want to start working early. So if, like, people show up and I start pestering them to unload the trailer and their shift doesn't start till 7 a.m., but they get here at 6:30, like, I'm the type of person that shows up early. Like, if I work a 9 to 5 job, I'm going to show up for work at like 8:30 a.m. I don't want to start working at 8:30 a.m. unless I'm going to get paid for it. And, you know, they're probably not going to get paid for it if they do work early off the clock. So I'm going to try not to, like, pester them and all that. But here at about 6:30 a.m., I probably will try to open the door, see if it's unlocked. And I might walk to the front of the building and see if there are cars at the front of the building. This is a really, really tight dock. I don't think you can tell how tight this is by your view, but you can see that that's all the room I have in front of me where that grass is at. And for these trucks, that's almost no room to maneuver. So it was a pain in the butt to get docked in here. If there were cars parked in these parking spots, it would be impossible to bump these docks. And usually, they will start loading up their trucks like before the store opens. So usually you'll see at these refrigeration these HVAC distributors that I'm delivering to, you'll usually see like their box trucks bumping up to the docks to get loaded for the day, like early in the morning, like 30 minutes to an hour before they open. So I'm kind of surprised that I'm not seeing any box trucks flying around here. I'm expecting one to show up and be like, hey, I need that door to load. And I'll be like, hey, can we just unload it real quick before I pull out? It's just 2 air conditioners. And they'll probably be like, yeah, let me go get that out real quick. That's what I'm hoping happens. My next delivery is 94 miles north of here in, I think it's Burlington, Washington. And then my last delivery, I think, is in a town called Ferndale, Washington, which on some of my paperwork, I also think it says Bellingham or something, Washington. It's pretty close to the Canada border. I'm not sure how many miles I'm going to be from Canada, but it's really close. But all of this is on I-5. And after I do my final delivery, I'm planning on driving all the way to Portland. So yeah, I should be in Portland this afternoon. It's a 300-mile drive to Portland. So it's somewhere around 130 miles doing all these deliveries today. And then I'm going to drive like 300 miles all the way down to Portland. That's what I'm planning to do. We'll see how the day goes. Why am I going to drive all the way down to Portland? Well, for a few reasons. One, fuel is insane in this area. Fuel in Portland is $2.40 a gallon. You know what? Let me double check that. Let me see what the fuel prices have done in the last day since I checked the fuel prices.
Head south toward Pacific Highway East.
All right, Portland fuel prices are the same, $2.40 a gallon. Washington prices are the same. So east of Seattle, the TA, like 20 miles east of Seattle, is $2.91 a gallon. Just a second here. Is this one of the refrigerator company people? I think this guy wants to talk to me. No, he's backing up and parking. I think this is one of the refrigerator supply people. Okay, him parking there is going to make it very difficult for me to pull out of here. It's going to make it almost impossible for me to pull out of here. Let me pause this while I go chat with this person. All right, he was really cool. He said he would move for me. And he said that the warehouse people don't show up till 7. And he said sometimes they show up late. And I was like, well, he asked me what I had. And I said, ooh, there's somebody walking their dog. There's a warehouse to my right. Looks like, I'm guessing, one of the truck drivers at the warehouse is, he's already moved his car. He moved down several parking spots. But looks like some truck driver is walking his dog in the warehouse to the right. But he said, yeah, the warehouse people might not show up till after 7. So it might be after 7 that they unload me. But anyway, yeah, that's the plan today, is to get these deliveries done and then drive all the way down to Portland. Fuel, let's go back to fuel. So $2.91 a gallon, 20 miles east of Seattle, which is way out of route. All of the places up and down I-5 along the road that I'm going to be driving on are over $4 a gallon. $4.12 a gallon is what the TA, Petro, and the Pilot Flying J prices are after my discount, not including fuel tax. I don't know. Let's see what the pump prices are at these places. So the TA. Let's go. All right. All right. There aren't any TAs on route. So the Flying J, $4.12 a gallon. The pump price is $5.01 per gallon. I only get a 25-cent per gallon discount. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Actually, the Love's right here where I'm parked at is $3.16 a gallon. If I were to drive all the way back down here, the Flying J right next to where I'm parked at is $4.37 a gallon. But fuel in the state of Washington is just insane. Let's see what the pump price is at the Love's and the Flying J. The Love's pump price is $5 a gallon. Wow, our discount is $1.20 a gallon at the Loves. The Flying J, we get 0 discount. The pump price is $5.01 a gallon. So the state fuel tax is 58 cents per gallon. So yeah, it looks like the pump prices of the fuel throughout Washington are all around $5 a gallon pump price. And the cheapest I can get it is $2.91 a gallon. That is not including the 58 cent per gallon fuel tax. $2.91 a gallon, 20 miles east of Seattle. I'm not going to drive, 20 miles east of Seattle to get fuel. I'm not going to go 40 miles out of route for fuel. So $3.16 a gallon at the Loves where I'm parked at is the next cheapest. But I have enough fuel to make it all the way to Portland. I have 3/4 of a tank right now. And just south of Portland, the fuel is $2.40 a gallon. So that's one of the reasons I'm just going to drive down to Portland. Another reason is because I'm not likely going to be able to book a load this week because of the holidays. We just had the Christmas holiday, and now we have the New Year's holiday. And brokers work bankers' hours. They take a lot of time off during the holidays. A lot of these warehouses are closed during the holidays. Like a lot of things are closed during the holidays. There's a lot less freight moving on the holidays. And truck drivers, most of them can't afford to take much time off. So you do have a lot of truck drivers that are taking time off during the holidays, but they don't take a lot of time off during the holidays. And then whenever they need to get back out over the road, they need to get back out over the road. So they're desperate for loads. So there's usually not many loads being posted through the holidays. And there's a lot of drivers looking for loads through the holidays. Not like on the actual holidays. Like Christmas Day, the day before, the day after Christmas. But like today. Today is not like a holiday that people normally have off. Businesses are normally open. Today is a day when very few loads will be posted, but a lot of drivers will be looking for loads. So it'll be really hard to get loads. So I'm expecting that I'm going to be sitting for like a week looking for loads. And I would prefer to do that down in the Portland area than up here in Washington. In case I have to get fuel, I don't want to pay $2 a gallon extra for fuel. And there's typically not a lot of good loads coming out of the state of Washington on Landstar's load board. So it's most likely I'm going to be pulling a load out of the Portland area anyway. So I'm just going to go ahead and deadhead down there. Where I'm going to be ending this delivery is going to be pretty close to the Canada border. And I'm not going into Canada to pick up a load. I've never been out of the country, and I don't plan on it. Not for truck driving, at least. They just don't pay enough of a premium to do, to deal with all of the crap of going in and out of the country. There's just a tremendous amount of extra scrutiny whenever you're going in and out of the country with customs. There's tons of extra paperwork. I've hauled loads that were leaving the country, and all I really had to do was just pass on that paperwork from one place to another. I didn't actually have to do anything with it other than to just carry it. But even then, I've dealt with a lot of issues with the shipper not giving me all the paperwork they were supposed to give me. And I've had to, sit around and wait for stuff to get mailed to me, and I had to go print it out, or I had to go to the Landstar Mexico operations terminal and pick up paperwork, and all kinds of weird stuff. There's tons and tons of extra paperwork involved with international loads. But 6:37 a.m. I was really hoping they were going to unload me early, and I would be able to drive across Seattle before 7 a.m. Morning rush hour usually gets worse. The worst part of morning rush hour is usually from 7:15 to 8 a.m. So it looks like I'm going to be driving in the absolute worst part of Seattle rush hour, because they're going to wait until the last second to unload me. And then I'm going to have to deal with them like wanting extra paperwork. Every single place I've ever delivered to, they've always wanted a copy of the bill of lading. And they think that it's their paperwork. Like, they treat it like it's theirs. And like, I've had them ask me if I wanted a copy of it. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works. That's my paperwork. I keep the original. If you want a copy, you can have a copy. You can go make a copy if you want, but that's my proof of delivery. You're not entitled to that paperwork. That paperwork has nothing to do with you. If you want a copy of it, though, if you want a copy of the proof of delivery, then I'll let you get one. But that's not your paperwork. But a lot of these shippers and receivers, they think that bill of lading is theirs. They think that's like their, I don't know what they think it is. But there is a manifest in the trailer that is for the customer. But these places always want a copy of the bill of lading, and Ream does not give me an extra copy. A lot of places give you an extra copy to give to the customer, but Ream doesn't. So they have to go disappear for 5 minutes while they go get a copy of it on the copy machine. And you're probably wondering why I've got my lights on sitting here parked. Well, I've got my lights on so all the people coming in the morning can easily see me. There's an alleyway to my right. That's what I actually drove down to get in here. I parked in the front of the building when I got here, and I walked around to the back of the building to see what it was like before I drove back here. And there's a narrow alleyway on the side of the building to my right, and that's what I drove down to get back here so that I would be set up to park here. Looks like somebody else is showing up for work. And this asshole is parking in the same exact spot that the last guy just parked in. Oh my goodness. Like, do people just like, do their brains not function? I don't want to have to go out here and tell every one of these dumbasses to not park right in fucking front of me. Like, I'm sorry about the language, but this is annoying. Like, this is just going to waste my time, because I'm going to have to wait another 5 or 10 minutes for them to come out here and move their damn cars. I'm glad I got backed into this spot before they got here, because with these assholes parked all in these, like, this was a really tough spot to get into with nobody back here. Like, I don't know how well you can tell how little room there is, but in order to get into this spot, you basically have to have a perfect setup. Like, you have to back into it perfectly, because there's no room to pull forward and move the trailer to the left or the right. All these people are just sitting here waiting for somebody to show up with keys to open the door. I'm going to wait. I'm not going to go over there and ask that guy to move his car yet. I'm going to wait till we get closer to 7, because there's probably going to be several other people show up. And I'm just going to walk over and tell them all at once to get the fuck out of my way. Sorry about the language. It just gets really annoying when people do really stupid things, just obviously stupid things. This is one of the places that, like, this is the reason I don't like delivering to retail outlets, is because a lot of them don't have receiving facilities designed for trucks this large. This dock that I'm backed into is not designed for vehicles this large. It's designed for box trucks. But they think that because they have a dock, like, they can receive any size vehicle. And, like, this place is not designed for a truck. And all these people are just parking their cars right in front of my damn way to get in or out of here. All right, one of them, the first guy that got here, is getting out of his SUV. It is 6:44. So I don't know if he's about to open the place up. I don't know if he might be the guy with the keys. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like he has the keys. He's unlocking the back door. Hey, hey, I'm going to try to make it around to your car, but I might have to ask you to move it when I leave here. Just 2 air conditioners. Are you the one unloading me?
How many you got?
2.
Give me till 7 when we actually get officially open.
Okay. But yeah,
I can move. I'll move it later.
I'll see if I can make it past you.
No worries if not. I can move it later.
Cool. All right, thank you, sir. I think he's the guy that's going to unload me. He said that he'll unload me when they officially open at 7. and he said that it's cool if I can't make it around. I'm not sure if you could hear what he was saying. I don't think the mic is picking up what he's saying, but he was really nice. He was just like, yeah, it's cool. If you can't make it, I'll come out and move it. But, you know, you might be sitting here thinking, oh, I can just pivot the trailer and make it around this person. I can't do that. There's shit to the right of me. So I can't pivot the trailer too hard. Otherwise, I'll hit the tree that's on the right side of the trailer. So I have to swing out whenever I pull out. I can't just like turn straight left. So it sounds like they're going to get me unloaded right at 7. And it's probably going to take like 10 or 15 minutes to get unloaded and to sign paperwork and for them to get a copy. So I'm probably not going to get out of here until 7:15. I was really hoping that they were going to show up like an hour early. There was going to be people here at 6 a.m. and I was going to get unloaded and out of here by like 6:15 and be able to make it across the Seattle Metro before 7 a.m. But no, that's not going to happen. I'm going to be driving across Seattle during the like worst part of rush hour. So this sucks. I think I have everything in the truck situated and ready to roll. Everything secured from me camping out through the weekend. I was really tired. I don't know. The only thing I can think of is elevation. There was another car that just pulled in here, but it looks like they're going to the printing place. They're parking over with the rest of the people that work at the printing place. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid of further delays. I'm afraid of like 4 or 5 cars parking in front of me, and then I've got to go round up 4 or 5 people and spend 20 or 30 minutes getting people to move cars so I can pull out of here. Like, what the hell is wrong with people? But anyway, on the drive here, I had issues sleeping. I don't know. The only thing I can think of is elevation. Elevation's the only thing I can think of. Because when I was at low elevation, I slept like a baby. But whenever I got to high elevation, I couldn't sleep. Like the last drive shift, my second to last drive shift, I stopped just north of Baker City, Baker City, Oregon, at a rest area. And it was up at fairly high elevation, up in the mountains, is where that rest area was. And I couldn't sleep. I was tired my entire drive shift. Like, right before I got to that rest area, I was having issues keeping my eyes open. And then, once I got there, I didn't eat or anything. I just crawled straight into bed within 20 minutes of parking the truck. And I could not fall asleep. I was just wide awake. I laid in bed for 8 hours. And then finally, I started getting tired. After laying in bed for like 8 hours. And I would play around on my phone watching YouTube videos. And then I would lay there with my eyes closed and then I would just get bored of laying there with my eyes closed, and I'd start watching YouTube videos again. And I just did that back and forth for 8 hours. And then finally, after 8 hours, I started getting tired. And I was like, oh my goodness, this sucks. So I set my alarm for 2 hours extra, and I slept for 4 hours. So I took a 12-hour break instead of a 10-hour break and got a 4-hour nap. And I was wide awake the entire drive here. And then once I got here, I just felt like laying in bed. So I went to sleep right after I got here and slept I got here at 3:30 a.m. and I went to sleep shortly after I got here and slept until almost noon. And then I was awake until like 4 p.m. and I got tired again. And I crawled back into bed at 4 p.m. and I slept until like 4 o'clock this morning. I slept for like 12 hours. So I basically slept all day Sunday. I was only awake for, 3.5 hours, 4 hours. I was awake for about 4 hours between midnight and 4 a.m. And then I was awake for about 4 hours from noon to 4. So I was awake for a total of about 8 hours on Sunday. And then I slept for 4 hours into Monday morning. So yeah, I slept really well throughout Sunday. So I'm wide awake, good to go now. Like 6:53, 7 more minutes. I'm going to go ahead and, you know what? I might need to redo the sodas. I might need to put some more sodas in here in the cooler. I'm down to the last 4 sodas in the cooler. Let me shuffle them to make them easier to access. All right, I have no Cokes. It's all Shastas. I have the lemon that I don't like. I have one of each flavor. I have the lemon, the grape, the orange, and the Hawaiian punch. I'm going to go ahead and drink the one I don't like. The lemon lime. Shasta Twist lemon lime. Oh, I need to clean off the lid. I think one of my sodas punctured in there. I don't know how. But there was an orange soda that I went to move around yesterday, and it was completely empty. It didn't have any holes in it or anything that I could find, but it was completely empty. And I have orange soda on the lip of this thing. So at exactly 7 a.m. in 5 more minutes, I'm going to walk in that back door with the paperwork and then get them to sign the paperwork. Tell them that they didn't give me a copy for them, but if they want to make a copy of it, they can make a copy of it, and they're going to say, yep, we should get a copy of it. And then they're going to go make a copy of it on their copy machine. And then I'm going to get out of here. Let me go ahead and pull the staple out of the paperwork. They got all 3 of the bills of lading stapled together. And I tell them, I just blew my nose if you're wondering what that sound was. I tell them that they don't need to, all I need is a signature. Because there's a whole bunch of stuff on there. It's like time in, time out, and all kinds of crap like that. I tell them I don't need any of that stuff unless like you take a long time to unload or I'm late or something like that. If we're going to have an argument about detention pay or something like that, if I'm going to be filing for detention pay, then I need you to fill out all that stuff. But all I need is a signature if we're doing it on time. Three more minutes. All right, we got another car that just showed up. And it is parking right in front of me. Okay, no, it's backing up. I was just about to get out of the truck and tell this guy, get the... No. What is it doing? It's driving down and parking further down. Okay. So it was going to park right in front of me, and then it realized what it was doing. And then he moved further down and parked down there where the guy that opened up the store, the manager, parked at. So he realized that what he was doing was a bad idea, and then he fixed it. So that's good. I was like, man, they're like, that guy he was parking right in front of me. All right, we got 2 minutes left. So they've got two dock doors here. How did I choose which one to back into? Only one of the dock doors has a ramp on it. One of those ramps that you lift up and it pops out. So I figured the one that had the ramp in it was the one that they actually use. And it looks like I picked the correct door because nobody's told me I need to move. And the first guy I talked with, he was like, "You're good where you're at." All right, it is 6:59. I'll try to remember to give you the time whenever I get back and I unpause the video. So we get the paperwork, get a pen, and that's basically all I really need to bring with me is the paperwork and the pen. All right, it's 7 a.m. I'll be back in a minute. All right, went as expected. Copies and everything. 7:08 a.m. And let's see if I can get out of here. All right, I'm going to have to back up and pivot. We'll see if I can make it. All right, now I'm going to stop and go close the doors. Be back in a minute. All right, now we have a whole bunch of drama with driving. I get to head out of here. It's going to be a pain in the butt. And then have to make a left turn onto a busy street. And then do rush hour traffic on the interstate. I'm wondering if there's a way that I can keep going straight. Oh, you know what? Let's go this way. All right, looks like this street isn't too busy. Oh, crap. You know, I just realized I forgot to log my pre-trip. So let's go on duty, pre-trip inspection. I'm going to have to sit here for a couple of minutes. This is just a waste of time. And it takes forever for the ELD to like this is a slow piece of crap. They use like some really low end hardware on this ELD to save money. So just like pressing a button can take like 30 seconds for it to respond. So you don't want to be rolling in with no time left on your clock trying to change status because it could take you like 30 seconds to a minute just to change your status on this ELD. All right, I'm not going to sit for very long on this inspection.
Take the next left onto Pacific
All right.
Highway East.
There's no traffic, so we're able to just pull right out into this major road.
Continue on Pacific Highway East for half a mile.
And I think it's that light up ahead. We're going to be making a right-hand turn, drive across the bridge, make a left-hand turn to get onto the interstate, onto I-5. This is the Love's truck stop right here on the left. This is how close I was to the Love's truck stop. When I got here at 3:30 in the morning, Sunday morning, I thought about driving over to the Love's and trying to find a parking spot, but it is very difficult to find a parking spot at that Love's at any time, day or night, weekend. It's 24/7. That thing's full. And the other thing I thought of was, you know what? I'm just going to waste my drive time driving from the Love's over to the place. I'll start my 14-hour clock early. Like it's just going to be a lot better. If I don't need to go to the truck stop, then it's just all right. I'm going to go ahead and make a right on a red because there's a left turn signal. They have a left arrow. This lane over here has a left arrow. So that's the reason I made a right on a red. All right, now we're going to get on the interstate. Looks like traffic is slowing way down.
Turn left onto the
On the interstate. For the amount of truck traffic in this area, for this being the main entrance to the Port of Tacoma, this is some really poorly designed roads. It should not take me very long to get through the center of town. Maybe I can make it through the center of town. Once I get on the past the center of town heading away from town, then traffic should get lighter. Oh, this four-wheeler is like being nice and creating a big spot for me to merge into. Thank you very much, little four-wheeler. Give him a little pat on the head. "34 degrees outside according to my temperature gauge. "7:16 a.m. So hopefully we can make it through the center of Seattle before it turns into stop and go traffic. And there's plenty of room, so I'm actually going to move over a lane. There is a cop with their lights on in the right lane pulling somebody over. Yeah, the cops behind me just pulled somebody over. They took that exit back there and pulled over on the off-ramp of the exit. Doing 56 miles an hour right now. I don't know if you can see it, but it's foggy. My distance that I can see, my visibility is still pretty good. The fog is not too thick. But if anything looks blurry, it's because it's foggy. "58 miles an hour, speed limit is 60. Traffic is moving a lot better than I expected it to be moving. Once we make it past the center of town, it should be like easy going. Smooth sailing rest of the drive. 91 miles left to get to the next delivery location, which is also going to be a tight spot to get into. Seattle, 39 minutes.
Right to stay on I-5 North.
What? Are we that far south of Seattle that it's 39 minutes to get to Seattle?
Keep right to stay on I-5 North.
Just a second here.
Continue on I-5 North for 89 miles.
Rest area is closed. Truck bypass way station. I had to get over for the way in motion, and now I'm stuck in this damn lane. I don't like being in this right lane. But even though, all right, now I got an opening. Let's get back over. Even though the way station was closed, they still have cameras and stuff that will take pictures and basically log you as you drive by, and you need to be in that right lane for them to do that. So even though they were closed and everything, I try to be over there in the right lane for that. So that's the reason traffic is not as bad as I thought it was. We're a lot further south of Seattle than I thought. We're 40 miles south of Seattle, which means that I'm going to be hitting the center of Seattle at like 8 a.m. I didn't think we were that far south of Seattle. So I think I know why there wasn't so much in the trailer. When I was talking with that guy, I was telling him like, that initially the load was 22,000 pounds and 13,500, and then 3,000. And I said, you have everything on your order, right? And he said, yeah, we've got these, 13As or whatever he called them. All the rest of them that we ordered were on back order. So I think that is the reason there was so little in the trailer, is because all these places ordered a whole bunch of stuff, and most of their order was on back order. Like, it was not available in stock. That's the reason there's so little in this trailer. And I said I was surprised that there wasn't a bunch of box trucks getting loaded this morning. Usually whenever I show up at one of these places, there's a bunch of box trucks getting loaded early in the morning. He said, yeah, the winters are slow time. In the summer, yeah, it would be like that. Sorry, traffic in front of me is slowing down. I'm having to try to judge the speed of all the vehicles around me so that I can judge my speed to maintain distance. I have my load alert set up right now. And I'm not getting anything. I was actually surprised. Like, I've only gotten one load alert since I've been under this load. And I was surprised to get that one on Saturday. I got a load alert for one of the window loads. So they've had a window load going to Colorado that's been sitting on the load board for a long time. Nobody's dumb enough to take it. And they relisted that load on Saturday. And then it disappeared from the load board. So I'm guessing somebody booked it. Too much space in front of me, I guess. That person's just like, I gotta get in that space. That's the way a lot of people are. They see space, they just gotta get into it. They drive like they're cats. Oh, they started to move over to the right. They saw space over there. And they backed out of it. Oh, they started to do it again, backed out of it. There's space over to the right, but they're moving faster than the car in the right lane. So they keep thinking about getting in the space. They keep backing out of it. They got like two sides of their lizard brain fighting against each other. Now they just went to the left. "25 minutes to Seattle." "6 minutes to the 405. What in the hell is the 405? The city bypass? Hopefully a lot of traffic jumps off at the 405. We're down to 50 miles an hour. Just keeps going slower and slower. Lots of brake lights. I think it's for people exiting. Just over this hill, we got a lot of brake lights. Person's gonna cut me off. Just a second here. I'm surprised they didn't cut me off. Usually when somebody flies up on you like that right there, they just came into my lane and went back over. They keep thinking about it, but they see that slow truck right there, and they're afraid of getting stuck in this lane behind a slow truck. So I think they were planning on it, and then they backed out of it. But yeah, usually when somebody flies up on you tailgating another vehicle, like they fly up on, like if the car left to the left of you is going 60, and somebody flies up on them going like 70 miles an hour, usually they're doing that because they're going to cut you off. And that's what that car was doing. But no, they just continued just tailgating the shit out of that car in front of them. Great. Got a whole bunch of people just getting into the space in front of me and then slamming on their brakes. Like, look at all that space right there. Let's just get in that, slam on our brakes, and just, I feel like chilling for a minute. Let's get in that space and just chill. I don't know why people do this. This is the slowest moving lane. Out of all the lanes, the lane that we're in is the slowest moving lane. People are still getting into the lane in front of me and just, I don't know why. 76 miles to go. And if the sign back there is correct, oh, here's the 405. We should be about 25 miles away from Seattle, if that sign back there was correct. Okay, we're getting a lot of brake checking for this 405, which means that there's a lot of people in the incorrect lane, and they are jumping across lanes for the exit, causing cars to have to hit their brakes. That's the reason we have these slowdowns at these places. And then we're probably going to have a massive number of vehicles merging on from the 405. Yeah, a lot of people exited right there. And here's the merge on. Not too bad. Not a ton of vehicles merging on. All right, let me create some room in front of me. I think this van needs to get out of that lane. That lane's going exit only. Yep, there they go. I don't like being in the right lane during heavy traffic in a city, but we'll give it a minute and see how bad it is. If we start having to deal with a bunch of merge traffic, we'll get out of this lane. I'm hoping a new lane pops back up. "40 degrees, according to the temperature gauge. Just a second, this car is racing to get in front of me. And then once it realized it was in front of me, it slowed down. Just love people making me slow down right before a hill. Yeah, if this is as bad as traffic is during rush hour, then man, the drive back down south should be easy. 'Cause I should be finished with all my deliveries by noon. Might even be earlier than that. Let's see, this place is 71 miles away, so an hour and 11 minutes. So I should get there by about 9 a.m. Should be gone by about 9:30 at the latest. Just a second here. Yeah, I'm going to get out of this lane as soon as I see an opening. I don't want to deal with this bullshit. People merging on in front of me and cutting me off for exits. So yeah, it should be about 9:30, and then I have to drive like 30 miles north, so about 30 minutes. Should get there by 10 a.m. Hopefully get done by 10:30. So yeah, I might be done with all the deliveries by 11 a.m. Somewhere between 11 a.m. and noon. And then I have a 300-mile drive, which would be about a 5-hour drive. So I should arrive at the truck stop south of Portland by about 4 or 5 p.m. So that's going to be really close to evening rush hour. So every second that I can shave off will help me avoid evening rush hour in Portland. All right, traffic is slowing down. 7:41 a.m. Yeah, there's space there, man. Get in it. That's what it's there for. Been holding that space for you this whole time. We are still quite a ways away from downtown. If that sign way back there was correct, we're still like 15 miles from downtown. Oh. The van to my left got over really close to me when they were passing me. We're down to 40 miles an hour. I-90 interchange in 2 miles. I-90 should be really close to the center of town. Yeah, right there's the skyscrapers. We're not 15 miles away from town. There's the downtown skyline straight ahead. And now we're coming to a stop. People taking pictures of the skyline. What's going on? I'm thinking that traffic should probably improve once we get north of I-90. But we've got 2 miles of stop and go traffic to get to I-90. I think I'm going to try to grab a lane to the left if I can see an opening. But we are stopped in this lane, and traffic is flying by me at like 40 or 50 miles an hour, so it's not safe for me to get out of this lane. And I think the majority of these people that are flying by me at 40 or 50 miles an hour need to be in this right lane to get onto I-90. And I think I need to get out of this lane. Yeah, people are just, they see the space in front of me and they're stacking up in it because we're getting close to I-90, and I think a lot of these people need to be in the right lane for I-90, and I don't, but I can't get out of this damn lane. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There's a spot. There's a spot. We can finally get out of this damn lane. Speed limit's 35. Well, that's fine. We're doing 20 right now. Oh, we're getting down to 15. $7:45 a.m. And there's everybody fighting to get over to the right to get onto I-90. Got to be really careful because there will be people in this lane that will just stop because they need to be over in the right lane, and they'll just come to a complete damn stop in this lane trying to force their way over into the right lane. Got to be on the lookout for the stupid people. Are you serious? Does this taxi need to get over to the right? No, they turned their signal off. They were out. When people are out in like the far left lane and then they fight to get over to the right for an exit at the last second, that's just, I can't believe people do that. All right, so traffic cleared up because of all the people that left. Now we have to deal with all the people merging on the other side of I-90. So we're coming to a stop again. And all these people jumping over into that right lane are just making the problem worse. If people weren't so aggressive and that right lane just stayed clear from all the people that just left, then there would be plenty of room for all the people that are coming on from I-90. But we have all these aggressive people that are trying to pass everybody in that lane that just opened up from the exiting traffic, and now they're all going to be blocking all the people merging on. This is the reason theory and reality don't match. Because theoretically, if people drove correctly, traffic would just kind of flow smoothly. But they don't drive correctly. They're aggressive. They block people from merging, and they come to a stop in the road. All right, this is the center of town. And I-5 goes right through the damn middle of Seattle. Oh, great. There are signs all over the place that say that the express lane is closed, do not enter. But people are getting into the express lane and using it to pass people and then forcing their way back over into that left lane, which is causing that left lane to stop. Well, at least now we've reached the point where the express lane is closed, so people can't do that anymore. Right lane ends after meter. So that right lane's about to end. I don't know if that sign is for the interstate or for the side road. A lot of the signage is just really bad on roads. So I don't know if the right lane's about to end on the interstate or on the side road. I'm guessing it was the side road. Oh, that's a low bridge. There's no height listed. Oh, this is scary. If a bridge does not have a height listed, then it's supposed to be at least at a minimum 13.6. All right, we made it through the center of town. Oh, great, some road rage. The pickup is pissed off that car cut them off, so now they're going to make a scene. So, yeah, traffic cleared up immediately after we made it through the center of town. Now we're heading away from town during morning rush hour, and traffic should just continue thinning out. We're doing 60. That just cut me off. Now we're doing 55. 15 feet bridge in the left lane. That should be the narrowest, the shortest. All right, now we're back up to 60. Looks like they just redid this bridge. This is a brand new section of road we're driving on. $7:55 a.m. and we're on the north side of Seattle. Tongue isn't working. $14.9 in a quarter of a mile. Right lane is 14.6. Lots of low bridges through here. I can't remember where it is. It's somewhere in, is it the Chicago area? Or is it in New York State? I can't remember. There's somewhere in the north central or northeast part of the country where you're driving down the interstate and it's just low bridge after low bridge after low bridge. Like 14-foot bridges just constantly. I know Memphis, Tennessee has rough road for 3 miles. Well, it's been rough road all the way up to this point. This is a little concerning if it's going to get even rougher than it already has been. This reminds me of driving across Indiana. Like 20 years ago, Pennsylvania was really bad. And Pennsylvania, is a lot of toll roads. You're paying a premium to drive on these roads that were just horrible. But now, last time I drove across Pennsylvania a couple years ago, back in probably 2020, maybe 2021 was the last time I drove in Pennsylvania, the roads were actually decent. Indiana had the worst roads in the country that I'd driven on. I actually cracked a rim on a pothole in Indiana. Left steer. When I got to my delivery location, delivering shopping carts to a Walmart, my left steer was low air pressure. So I called out Love's roadside. They're like, do you want to just drive it into the shop? I'm like, no, I'm not driving with a bad steer. And it took the guy like an hour to find the source of the leak. He kept telling me that the tire was good. He aired it up. And he was like, yeah, I can't find any leaks anywhere. And maybe you just like hit a big bump and, the tire separated from the rim and let some air out. And I was like, nah, well, let's air it up all the way to 120. And then let's wait 5 minutes and check the air pressure. So did that, and it went from 120. Just a second here. There's a slow car in my lane. Went from 120 down to like 108, and then stopped leaking. It didn't leak below like 108 psi. So once we figured that out, then he started checking again. They checked the entire tire at higher air pressure and couldn't find it. And he was like, let me check the rim. And then shortly after checking the rim, he found it. There was a hairline, just a crack in the rim that only leaked air over 100. Yeah, just come over. Like, let me slam on my brakes for you. I don't know why in the hell these cars just have to be like, look at all of the other lanes with all the other room. I think this is the reason people tailgate. It's because if you don't tailgate, people just move over in front of you and go slow. Like these cars, they're going slower than the box truck from the lane they were just in. Well, now that lane's going exit only, so what's the box truck going to do? Does the box truck need to get over? Do they realize that lane's exiting? Well, the box trucks took the exit. Now I'm jammed in behind these two that can't figure out how fast they want to go. After this car, no, I might, maybe. Nope, car behind them just flew up way too fast. They sat there alongside me too long, and then the car behind them was just going too fast, so they blocked me in. Now I might have a chance. But now this lane is moving pretty good. Alright, I'm going to get out of here because this lane's slowing down again. And I have a huge pack of vehicles coming up on me. So I was about to get jammed in behind these two. They can't figure out how fast they want to go. Why did FedEx move over in front of me? There was nobody close in front of them. What the hell is wrong with people? Like, I have no idea why FedEx moved out of that lane. They weren't passing anyone. And now they're speeding up. I sped up to get around them faster, and they sped up with me. They were going really slow. I was going 60, and I was going faster than them. I sped up to 65 to get around them faster, and they sped up to 65. What a jackass. They're just hanging me out here in this left lane. Well, I'm just going to run them into slower traffic in front of them. Fuck you. Like this, I can't stand people like this. People do this shit all the time. Some Indian guy. Got his turban on. White beard all the way down to his waist. Oh, now he slowed down. Now this box truck is sped up, starting to pull away from me. All right, we're gonna dip in behind this box truck because I've been out in this left lane for too long, and this box truck is trying not to let me pass. Now they slowed down. As soon as I fell in behind them, I was doing 65 and they were pulling away from me. And then they slowed down to 60 once I fell in behind them. Why do people do that? Why are people so incredibly aggressive? All right, this box truck is jammed in behind slower vehicles, so we're gonna go out and around this idiot. Because now they can't speed up and jam me. All right, that van just moved over. We're gonna get over a lane before that box truck can speed up and block me from moving over. That box truck is mad that I'm in front of them. They sped up, as soon as that van started changing lanes, they sped up and tried to block me from moving over. And now they're like a couple of feet off my rear end, mad. Why do people do that? Like, if you want to go 70, just go 70. If you want to go 60, go 60. Like, why do you go 60 when I'm behind you, and then when I try to pass you, you go 70? I don't understand that. All right, people are stacked up in that right lane. There must be an exit coming up. I've got 43 miles to go. Great. Several cars just moved out of that slow right lane into the middle lane. There's a bunch of brake lights at some on-ramp up ahead, a couple miles up. All right, this lane is slowing down. Great. You're just going to sit there until I turn my signal on, and then you're going to jump out in front of me. You're perfectly content with going 55 until I decided to pass. Then you had to jump out in front of me. This person in front of me is just speed matching me, trying to stay in front of me. I hate when people do this, because if I slow down, they slow down. If I speed up, they speed up. They're just maintaining this distance in front of me, just creating an unsafe distance in front of me. And now we have other assholes getting in between us. Like, what the hell is going on? I expected traffic was going to thin out. Once I got north of Seattle, I thought traffic was going to get really light. But maybe traffic is just really, really bad all up and down the I-5 between Portland all the way to Washington, or all the way to Canada. I know that in between Portland and Seattle, traffic is bad. There's a lot of traffic moving back and forth between those two cities. I didn't think there was a lot of traffic moving between Seattle and Canada, but Vancouver, Washington is right on the border. As soon as you cross into Canada, you're in Vancouver, Washington. All right, I don't know why that car just felt the need to get in front of me. So maybe there's a lot of traffic going between Seattle and Vancouver. What a dick. That SUV just did the same thing to that hatchback that it did to me. As soon as that car went to try to pass them, they jumped out in front of them. They just cut them off while they were trying to pass. That's just the way that asshole drives. So this sucks. This means that the entire drive today, all the way up to the Canada border and then all the way down to Portland, is going to be bad traffic. This is making me rethink the whole thing. Maybe after I make my final delivery, I'll just take like a break, maybe a 10-hour break until like 10, 11 o'clock tonight. And then drive down to Portland in the middle of the night. I don't know, we'll see. That might be the thing to do, because if I just turn and burn, then I'm going to be rolling up. I'm going to be dealing with rush hour traffic. Sorry, I'm just having to slow down from all these cars cutting in front of me. $37 degrees. Not only am I going to be dealing with rush hour traffic on the way back down, it might be very difficult to find a parking spot because right around 5 p.m., the truck parking typically starts getting full. Haven't gotten a single load alert today so far. Why? Why in the hell did this car cut me off? Like, there's no one in that lane you just came out of. Why do people feel the need to get in front of me? 112 miles to Vancouver, British Columbia. Oh, I saw a load on a load board the other day going all the way to Barrow, Alaska. I think that was an ice road because I don't think that there are normal roads going all the way to Barrow. I think Barrow, Alaska is only accessible by road during the winter because of the ice roads. And that thing was not paying anywhere near enough.
Police reported ahead.
I honestly couldn't believe how cheap the load was to go all the way to Barrow, Alaska. And for people who don't know where Barrow, Alaska is, it's like the very northern tip of Alaska. It's like all of the Alaska. You have to drive like all of the Alaska. Okay, that right lane's going exit only, so I'm going to speed up to get around this truck faster so that they have room to get out of that lane. They're still in that lane. Maybe they no comprende inglés. Oh, they're riding that lane out to the last second. Yeah, they didn't get out of that lane until they were forced out of it. I don't think they can read the signs, or they weren't paying attention to them. Now I'm jammed into the right lane by a bunch of Sunday strollers. Traffic is extremely congested, and everybody's just kind of putting along. I really did not expect traffic to be this bad north of Seattle. I'm stuck in this damn lane, and we're down to 54 miles an hour. All right, here's an opening. DriveWise just popped up and told me that there's a rest area in 5 miles. Open spaces, low. Why the hell did you pull over in front of me? So DriveWise is somehow linked up to something that tracks the available parking spaces at rest areas. I wish there was some way I could turn off all of the pop-ups. I don't know who thought it was a great idea to have a bunch of pop-up messages on the ELD. But the ELD it just keeps getting more and more pop-up messages. Yeah, another person just cut me off for reasons unknown. And another one is moving over into this lane. Oh my goodness. Why are people driving Teslas this far north? Lithium batteries don't work in below freezing conditions. Am I just like the most unlucky person in the world to where I'm just driving in a cluster of cars this whole drive and the road really is like not this congested? Like, what's going on? Just got this pack of morons in front of me just cutting each other off back and forth. Whenever people are trying to pass them, they speed up, and then whenever people stop trying to pass them, they slow down. Just a pack of aggressive drivers in front of me. All right, I'm going to move over to the right lane because there's hardly any merge on and off traffic. And the right lane's probably going to end immediately after I finish the lane change. That's usually what ends up happening. Right lane closed, 2 miles ahead. Well, the lane lasted longer than it normally does whenever I move over into the right lane. There's a passenger bus hauling ass up on me. I can see where the lane ends up around the bend. It's going to be about the time that passenger bus gets alongside me. So I'm going to go ahead and move lanes. because I think that passenger bus was trying to pass me before the lane ended. And I'm not going to let somebody run me into the barrels. People are extremely aggressive and will do that. What in the hell is that? Some idiot just hopped over into the right lane and passed people in that ending lane.
There's a lane closure ahead.
Yeah, that's what that passenger bus was doing. They were trying to pass me before the lane ended, because once I got into this center lane, they slowed down. They stopped trying to pass. Now they're like a quarter of a mile behind me. I just can't comprehend why people are so aggressive. "16 miles until my exit." Stop number 2, I believe, is 9 items. And then my last stop is, I think, 12. Or I could have that backwards. It's 9 and 12 or 12 and 9. I'm fairly certain the last delivery was the biggest delivery. Follow road signs, says my drive wise. So let's see if the station's open. No, it's closed. All right, passenger bus is going for the pass again. 13 miles. Passenger bus is alongside me right now. I'm going to slow down a little bit, let them get around me faster. MTR Western. Oregon license plates. All right, we got somebody on the shoulder. Just a second here. I'm just watching the traffic in front of me. We've got an Estes trying to pass some other trucks that's causing a little bit of congestion, slowing down the center lane. Ten miles to go. I got somebody merging on. I need to move out of the lane for them. That person's hauling all the hazmat, all the cylinders. Central Welding Supply. Oh my goodness, Estes is out here passing every damn buddy. "34 degrees, says the temperature gauge. Swinomish tribe. I wonder how they came up with all these names for all of the people that lived here before the Europeans invaded. Because most of these tribes, like, they didn't have names. Like, I'm a member of the Cherokee tribe, the Cherokee Nation. I'm a citizen of the Cherokee Nation, which has nothing to do with blood. It's just who's on the tribal rolls. So, like, just a second here. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with Estes. I'm gonna go around the left. So there's actually a lot of black people that are Cherokee citizens. Because in order for the Cherokee to keep their slaves, they had to make them members of the tribe. So being a member of the Cherokee Nation has nothing to do with blood. just tribal roles whenever the Europeans forced the tribe to sign up on a roll. 7 miles to go. And is that lane ending? Why did that truck just move over into this lane? Yeah, that lane's going exit only. But like the Cherokee, that's not what the name of the tribe is. We didn't have a name for the tribe. The Cree were the idiots that were showing the Europeans around, being nice to them, explaining to them what all was going on. And whenever the Europeans were asking, like, who are those people down there? And I think it was in the North Carolinas where we're from. The Cree said, oh, those are the Cherokee. And Cherokee in Cree, like Cherokee is not like even a word in our language. Cherokee is a Cree word that means people who talk funny. So the Europeans asked, who are those people down there? Why did you just brake check me, passenger bus? Asshole. Four miles until my exit, and I'm jammed in behind this passenger bus that was speeding to get around me. And now they just like brake check me, and I'm jammed in behind them. We're doing 55 miles an hour. But yeah, the Cree said, the European said, who are those people down there? And the Cree said, oh, those are the people who talk funny. And we've been called the people who talk funny in Cree ever since. Like, that's the stupid in this world. We're called Indians because Christopher Columbus didn't know what side of the planet he was on. And we're called the people who talk funny because the Europeans didn't know what the hell the Cree were saying. So what do we actually call ourselves? We don't have a name for ourselves. We call ourselves Anunnawia. In our language, that basically means we're the people. So, like, they were asking us, who are you? Like, what's the name of your tribe? And we're like, we're the people. Like, we don't have a name for us. So I'm wondering, how in the hell did they come up with all these names of all these tribes? Because just imagine that you and, like, a group of 20 or 30 people just live out in the woods together. Are you going to come up with a name for your group? Yeah, just come over in front of me. Just go ahead and cut me off. Just get in front of me for your exit. And then brake check me for your exit. Go ahead. So, like, does every group of like 20 or 30 people that are hanging out together, do they come up with a name for themselves? I know that, like, that's something that like 12-year-old kids do. We're going to be the Thunder Rompers or some crap like that. It's cool for, like 12-year-old kids to come up with names for their group.
2 miles, take exit 229 for George Hopper Road toward Burlington.
But I doubt any or hardly any of the groups of people living in the United States well, what is now the United States, living in this area before the Europeans invaded, I doubt any of them had actual like names for their groups. So I wonder like where all these names for all these tribes came from. .2 miles, exit 229, George Hopper Road. This place looks really familiar over here on the right. I'm pretty sure that whenever I was in training at Swift, like 20 years ago, I think my trainer pulled over into these shopping centers over on the right and went shopping. He was living like a king while I was riding with him, because he was one of those lazy drivers. Yeah, just come on over to that little tiny space right there. Why not? I was already at too close of a distance to that passenger bus, but now you can be 50 feet in front of me.
Take exit 229.
And instead of getting behind me, these assholes pass me and then cut me off.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto George Hopper Road.
I just can't understand why people are so aggressive.
At the light, turn left onto George Hopper Road.
But yeah, back then, I don't remember the full like specifics of the lease program with Swift, but I remember that it was 60 cents per mile. If you became an owner operator with Swift, you got paid 60 cents per mile. And I did the math on it, and I was just like, I don't understand how in the world you could make any money at 60 cents per mile. But I don't know what the whole program was. Maybe they were getting free fuel or something. I don't know. I don't know how they were making any money at 60 cents per mile. Great. Somebody caught the light right here, so I'm going to have to be really careful not to hit them.
In 1,000 feet, turn left onto Buslaw Road.
Awesome. Let's set through another light cycle. But yeah, he was a lazy driver. He was one of those kinds of drivers that can't drive for more than like 30 minutes to an hour without stopping, and like overslept all the time. He was one of those kind of people that would drive like 200 miles in a drive shift. And when I was in the truck with him, I would drive my full, 11 hours of driving straight through without stopping every single time. So I was driving like 4,000 miles a week on his truck. And he was driving maybe 1,500 miles a week.
Sign, turn left onto Buslaw Road, then turn right onto Bennett Road.
And that's like the most money he's ever made. And because of all the money he was making while I was on the truck, he was always wanting to go shopping. He was constantly going shopping. Like when it was his drive time, that's what he spent the majority of time doing, was going shopping. All right, we're looking for Bennett Road. Is this? I think this is it right here.
Bennett Road, then you will arrive at your destination.
All right, and that's it. That building right there is the building. Looks like there's somebody backed into their dock right now. This is ridiculous. This is going to be a pain in the ass. All right, I'm going to park right here so there's room for people to drive alongside me on both sides. And I don't think I'm blocking the entrance behind me. So I'm going to go on duty. I'm going to pause this. I'm going to walk over there and talk to him, figure out what's going on. All right, I had to go find Kevin. And he was not expecting an order. He was like, yeah, I ordered 23 items. And they delivered 30 last week, and now they're delivering 7 this week. I don't know what in the hell's going on. I was like, me either. So yeah, he's confused about the order. Apparently it's more crap than he ordered. All right, let's see how we're lined up here. All right, let me get out and take a look. It's hard for me to see what's going on at this angle. I want to make sure I'm not going to hit that truck on my backside. I'm a little bit too far to the right, but I'm good. I can fix it. So now I'm just trying to move the trailer to the left. Don't have a whole lot of room to maneuver here, so not sure how many pull-ups it's going to take me to swing this thing over to the left. All right, we got it this time. All right, I want to pause this while we go get unloaded. Be right back. All right, we're all done, ready to roll, and let's see if we can make a right turn out of here. What's up?
You have a lot?
Huh?
You have a lot?
I'm done. I'm about to leave.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that was the other driver that just pulled up here. He was asking me if I had a lot. I told him I'm done. I'm about to leave. So I just need to pull out of here and close the doors. I'm going to park right here.
Next left onto Bennett Road, then turn left onto Mooslaw Road.
And go close my doors. Be right back. All right, here we go again. I got to be careful when hitting the pause button to not accidentally hit the stop button. Otherwise, that's the end of this video. If the video abruptly ends, that's probably what happened. And I just uploaded it anyway. All right. Now we're off to Ferndale, 33 miles. Trying not to drive over curbs or drive onto the grass.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Mooslaw Road, then turn right onto George Hopper Road.
I think it was the owner in there. Somebody was talking about customers not paying, and they were saying, well, when customers don't pay, I don't get paid, or something like that. Sounded like they were having issues with customers paying their bills.
Turn right onto George Hopper Road.
The guy that was unloading me, the shipping and receiving guy, tried to steal my freight bill.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto the I-5 North.
After we finished, I said they only gave me one copy of the bill of lading, so if you want a copy, you can make a copy. And he said, I'll make you a copy. I didn't say anything. And then when he came back, he handed me the copy, and I said, no, I get the original. I said, you don't actually need the freight bill. The freight bill is my proof of delivery. The manifest is yours, but if you want a copy of the freight bill, you can have it. He's like, oh, okay. So he didn't argue with me on it. But yeah, that's a big problem that you have with shippers and receivers in trucking, is they don't understand what paperwork is theirs or how important it is. And you'll have people that are unloading trailers that will just take your bill of lading and wad it up and stick it in their pocket. They don't understand how important the bill of lading is, and they don't understand that brokers will refuse to pay for these loads over technicalities, like missing the bill of lading or not getting a signature on the bill of lading, or if the bill of lading gets ripped in half or something like that. You'll have a broker refuse to pay for a $5,000 load over some technical BS with the paperwork. So I get really pissed off at receivers whenever they
Turn left onto the I-5 North
think whenever they act like the bill of lading is theirs. All right, all I have is a green. I don't have an arrow. And this four-wheeler is racing to get here before I can make the turn. Don't you just love people?
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-5 North.
All right, now we're heading even further north. Ferndale, Washington. There were 7 that I delivered here. So 2 and 7, that's 9. So that leaves 12 at the last delivery.
Continue on I-5 North for 31 miles.
All right, these cars are slowing down to try and let me in, but they're getting way too close. Like, it's really annoying when people like try to be nice to me, but they're just like way too close to me. They're like just a couple of feet at the back of my trailer, trying to let me move in. So because they stacked the last 12 items, double stacked them, I don't know why they stacked them up. Like, the trailer is almost empty. There was no need to stack the items, but because they stacked them, normally whenever I'm doing these deliveries, I don't bother putting straps on. Like, I'll put straps on when I initially pick up the trailer, but once I start the deliveries, I'll usually not bother putting straps on because it's floor loaded, and they have a little divider strap across them already to like differentiate the various loads. And that's all you really need to hold the stuff in place. But because of this stuff being double stacked, it just, nah. I don't want it all falling over on the last 30 miles. So I put straps across it. But yeah, another guy explained to me that like they were not sure if another load was coming. He said that they ordered like 20 items and they ordered like 30 items and only 23 showed up. But it said that there were 30 on the order and 23 showed up last week. And they weren't sure if another truck was going to show up or if they were just not going to get the rest of their order or what was going on. They had no idea what was going on. They didn't know if an order was going to show up this week. So it seems like Ream and Rude is not great on communication. Still haven't gotten a load alert today. It's only 9:30 a.m. It's exactly 9:30 a.m. right now, but that's Pacific time zone. And this person's going slow. I'm doing 60, going faster than them. They're probably a local that's getting off at the next exit. Oh, now they're speeding up. Don't you just love people? I sped up to 65 to get around them faster, and now they're slowing back down. They realized that they were speeding up. A lot of people just do it instinctually. Like they're not even thinking whenever they're doing it. Whenever they speed up, whenever you're trying to pass them, it's just like instinct. All right, 28 miles, but Google is telling me that there is a delay. The time just went into red. Let me zoom out on the map. There's construction in Bellingham, Washington. Basically, the city that I'm delivering to the north side of the city, and in the middle of town, there's construction that's causing a delay. I still have not made a final decision on what to do. I'm running pretty good. I mean, I'm basically, let's see, 10:30. I might be out of here by 10:30. And then it's a 6-hour drive. No, wait, it's a 5-hour drive. I'm sorry. It's 300 miles. 5-hour drive to the south side of Portland. Means I should arrive by about 4 p.m. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for it. If I can get there by like 3:30, 4 p.m., I think I'm going to go for it. The problem is that I think I'm going to have to take a 30-minute break. It might take 30 minutes to get unloaded, so I'll just do a 30-minute break while I'm getting unloaded, because this is going to be my biggest delivery. So it's probably going to take about a half hour anyway. $16 miles to Bellingham. Was that 71 to Vancouver? $37 outside. But yeah, I'm fully expecting that I'm going to be sitting at the truck stop for the next week. Maybe a little bit longer because of the holidays. So I want to get down to the TA in Portland ASAP. So I'm next to cheap fuel and showers. All my shower credits are at TA Petro. All right, now Google is saying that there is no delay. Let's fish for a soda. They're all good sodas. All we got left are good ones. We only have the 3 flavors that I like, the grape, orange, and tropical punch. And we got a grape. Yay. When I get down to the TA, before I refill sodas, I think I'm going to clean out the refrigerator because I think that an orange soda leaked all inside there. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any liquid in the refrigerator yet, but an orange soda can that I pulled out was completely empty. Now, I'm pretty sure it wasn't empty when I put it in there. I would have noticed that. Man, this is like picturesque. This forest, valley, and mountain, and fog, and all this stuff. Now it's red again, saying that there's a delay. 18 miles left. Bellingham 9, Vancouver 64. I bet HVAC places are doing really, really well up here in this area. Because there probably wasn't a lot of HVAC places up here, because air conditioning is not really common up here because it doesn't get very hot. But then over the last 5 or so years, maybe longer, I don't know exactly like how long it's been happening, but they've had summers where it's been like 90 plus degrees for weeks or months up in these areas, which is abnormal. So a bunch of people probably had air conditioning installed. I remember when I first moved to Reno, Nevada 20 years ago, it was common for houses to not have air conditioning, because even though it gets hot in the summer in Reno, Nevada, at night it would get really cold. So people would just open up their windows while they were sleeping at night, and it would get down, like 50, 60 degrees at night. So a lot of the older houses did not have air conditioning, and they were getting remodeled to have air conditioning added. And then all of the new homes had air conditioning installed when they were built. So HVAC was huge in Reno while I was living there, because not only were they installing HVAC in all the new homes, they were renovating all the old homes, installing HVACs. Some of them, they were even, didn't even have ductwork, so they were having to install ductwork and like everything, full installs.
There's a 5-minute slowdown on I-5 North at 4 miles.
There is a
Still on the fastest route.
5 minutes or 4-minute slowdown on I-5 North at 4 miles. Google just popped up to say that. So it's probably single lane construction and people being aggressive, passing in the ending lane, cutting people off, is probably causing the 5-minute slowdown. All right, I'm going to slow down, just hang out behind this box truck. Box truck in front of me has a sign that it's governed at 65 miles per hour. Border waits in minutes, less than 5 minutes. There's less than 5 minutes of wait time to cross the border into Canada. Lane closed. Here's the construction. Lane closed ahead. 1 mile ahead. Lane closed. It doesn't tell you which lane, which is probably good. Left lane closed. Oh, wow. We had some people nearly rear-ended each other. Somebody had to drive onto the shoulder to keep from rear-ending someone. Got all these people out in the left lane. You're the reason that we're stopping in the right lane. If there's just a constant flow of people in the left lane passing the right lane and then jumping in front of everyone up at the very beginning, then this right lane won't move. And that's what we have. We just have a constant flow of assholes out there flying by everyone in the left lane. That's the reason every time we have single lane construction, it's completely stopped traffic like this, is because of all the people passing in the ending lane. What usually ends up happening is we have somebody that gets tired of sitting here parked in the right lane, and they'll get out in the left lane and block traffic. I don't do that. That's a job for the police. So we're just going to sit here and waste 20 minutes of our lives. Oh, one of the people behind me just jumped out of the right lane and just decided to go out there into the left lane passing everybody. Special little snowflakes. This is ridiculous. Just it should not be backed up like this. This is just because of aggressive drivers. The whole reason we're stopped right here is because of aggressive drivers. All these people passing on the left. Just hopefully we can just hurry up and get to where the lane goes single lane, and then okay, the reason we're moving right now is because the person that was behind me that jumped out into the left lane to pass everybody is up there blocking traffic. They are blocking the left lane. But their blocking of the left lane is about to end, and now everybody's about to force their way over, so this lane's about to stop moving again. But that's really common for people to get out and just get frustrated and block that left lane, keep everybody from doing this stupid shit, flying by everybody and then cutting off the right lane and causing us to come to a stop. I'm really surprised that that car did not cut me off. All these dumbasses over here in this left lane. Look at them. Just causing this right lane to come to a complete stop. Because they think that they're somehow special. They're unique. They're better than everyone else. This lane is completely stopped because of all these dumbasses. Somebody is blocking the left lane. There is no one coming up the left lane right now. So once all these idiots that are currently in the left lane get out of the way, this lane should start moving pretty well. Here comes the person that's blocking the left lane, and they're flying up pretty quick. It's a big truck. No, they're not the ones blocking the left lane. They just got out and used the left lane to pass everybody. So there's a big truck flying up here trying to pass everyone. What a jackass. There's like no one passing in the left lane except that one asshole right there. He just flew by everybody in the left lane. I hope nobody lets him in. Some stupid four-wheeler's letting him in. Some stupid four-wheeler just completely stopped in the road to let that dumbass in. And it's one of these idiots that passed everybody in the left lane is stopped in the road to let some other dumbass that passed everybody in the left lane in. It's usually, that's what happens. They think that it makes up for them doing that really stupid thing, they're like, oh, I'll let this person in. Now I'm the good guy. It's just somebody stupid helping out some other stupid person doing something stupid. It's just compounding levels of stupid. This wasted so much time. I should have already been unloading right now. It's 9:58 a.m. I have no idea why we're going so slow. It just takes one more on in single lane. We're doing 8 miles an hour. So there's some idiot up here that's just going really slow.
There's a lane closure ahead.
Looks like the lane closure ends about a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile up. And I can't see any justifiable reason as to why we're going like 5 miles an hour. These four-wheelers are acting like traffic is not moving at 5 miles an hour. They're flying up this on-ramp and then just forcing their way into traffic. They should be coming up the on-ramp at the same damn speed that the traffic on the interstate's moving. Oh my God, there is a huge line of people merging on. But they're all getting in behind me, luckily. There's just like a non-stop line of people merging on. Why are people going so slow? Stop rubbernecking. This is really frustrating. 6 miles until the exit. We're up to 55 miles an hour finally. I don't know why people are just going so slow. Well, now we're slowing down below 55. Four and a half miles to go. Yeah, just cut me off and slam on your brakes for the exit. That's like, isn't that how you're supposed to take an exit? You're supposed to stay out in the far left lane until your exit gets there, and then you cut people off and slam on your brakes and cut across traffic to take your exit. I mean, isn't that how they train people to do it? Now we're moving. 3.3 miles to go. I'm getting really frustrated with traffic. Do I really want to deal with 5 hours of driving with these idiots today after doing all of this? I'm thinking that I'm just going to go find a rest area, take a 10, and then drive down to Portland in the middle of the night. I really don't want to deal with 5 hours of this nonsense. I think I would rather just drive down there in the middle of the night. Even though I'm not tired right now, I don't even know if I can take a nap. I'm just going to try to take a nap and just drive down there in the middle of the night tonight.
In 2 miles, take exit 260 for Slater Road toward.
I'm just getting really angry with these idiots. And I just don't want to deal with the stress of 5 hours of this crap. So I think I'm going to leave the receiver and try to find, before I leave the receiver, I'm going to try to find a rest area headed south. I'll probably pull over at the first rest area headed south that I can find. And then around 10 o'clock tonight, 11, maybe midnight. Let's see. Yeah, it'll be real late tonight. I'll drive down there. All right, this is my exit, half a mile.
In half a mile, take exit 260 for Slater Road toward Lundy Island. Take exit 260.
Damn roundabout.
In 1,000 feet, at the traffic circle, take the third exit onto Slater Road.
God, I hate roundabouts. Roundabouts should not. I don't think I've ever been on a roundabout where I didn't go up over the curb. Alright, here we go. I basically have to do a U-turn on this roundabout.
At the traffic circle, continue straight to stay on Slater Road.
Yeah, it's impossible to not go over the curb on this. It looks like it's actually designed for people to drive over the curb. My trailer went like over the center of that traffic circle. All right, I have to be careful to block these idiots. Make sure that they don't try to get in the lane with me because I have to have both lanes.
In 1,000 feet, turn right onto Rural Avenue.
Yeah, I had Captain Dumbass. He's still passing me. He tried to pass me on the fucking right. You moron. Sorry for the language. There's just like stupid people doing really stupid things.
At the light, turn right onto Rural Avenue.
These morons. All right, hold up, buddy.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Stonegate Way.
I hate that they don't design roads with these trucks in mind. Like, it's not possible to drive around without going into other lanes in these trucks.
Take the next left onto Stonegate Way, then turn
This is
left.
Stonegate Way. This is Stonegate Way. All right, this looks like the place.
Take the next left, then you will arrive at your destination.
All right, and I am not sure. All right, I guess I'll pull over here.
Left, then turn left. Turn left, then your destination will be on the right.
All right, I'm gonna try to not block as much as I can. I'm gonna go ask them where in the hell I'm backing into. Be right back. All right, this place is a pain in the ass. I'm still trying to figure out how in the hell I'm gonna back into this.
In 300 feet, make a U-turn. Make a U-turn, then turn right.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do this crap. Basically,
Destination is on the right.
they want to back in here and then pull out onto the street. And then back in from the street. I'm going to have to blindside back this. This is really, really stupid how they've got this set up. Just a second. This is blind side, so I'm going to have to get out and take a look. Alright, I'm just about perfect. But I'm going to go ahead and open up my doors, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to open my doors if I get backed in. There's a wall. I'll be right back. I'm going to pause this. Alright, doors are open. I can't see shit. Alright, let me look. Let me just park this and look out the other window. I can't see shit down the other window. Let me get out and look. Alright, we're good. Alright, now we can straight back it. I need to clean off my passenger mirror. I can't see anything out of it right now because there's so much dust on it and the sun is shining on it. I'm just trying to barely touch the dock. All right, we bumped the dock. All right, so I'm gonna pause this. Where did I put my jacket at? Pause this while I go inside and remove my straps and watch them unload. Be back in a minute. All right, we're all done. That took 33 minutes. That's how long I've been logged. 34 minutes according to the ELD, and it's 10:46 a.m. So we're releasing the brakes. Just give it a second to let it air the trailer back up. Most of this, let me pause this for a second. All right, sorry about that. I had to get situated. And now we're going to go ahead and pull out of here. Close the doors. And find a rest area to stop at, because I'm going to clean that mirror off, because I can't see anything out of that mirror with the sun shining on it, because there's just so much stuff on it. All right, let me pull my phone out here. All right, let's see what this rest area looks like. I don't like stopping at rest areas that have shoulder parking. So I'm trying to get the satellite view to pull up, but it's pulling up pretty slow. Well, I'll go close the doors while that's pulling up. I'll be back in a minute. Just a second here. Let me change my load as well, because I'm no longer loaded. So I'm going to change my load over. I'm going to do a new load, empty. And I have no idea how long this is going to last. I'm going to just put it out till January 29th of 2026. Go ahead and certify my logs. And my cellular connection here is so bad. It's hard for the GPS to it's hard for the GPS to even just like download the map. All right, here we go. And I just remembered that while I was closing the doors, during my pre-trip inspection today, I noticed that somebody wrote on the back of the trailer. Now, it's probably been on the back of the trailer the entire time I've had the trailer, but I probably just didn't notice it. The writing probably became more pronounced as I drove the trailer, and there was more, dirt and debris tossed up onto the trailer. But somebody wrote around the wide turn sign. It said this, this trailer has a sign on the back of it that says something like, "This vehicle makes wide right turns, don't pass on the right," or something like that. And somebody wrote on around that sign, oh, there's Border Patrol. There's a Border Patrol parking lot right next door to this place. Like, I saw a parking lot right next door, and I was like, what in the world is that? That looks like law enforcement vehicles. And I saw green lettering. I was like, is that Border Patrol? And yeah, it is. So, but they wrote around the sign something along the lines of, "This sign is for stupid people," or something like that. So I got a paper towel and wipe that off. Oh, great. We're driving
Turn left onto Slater Road.
into the sun. It's bright. Making me want to sneeze. Oh, there's a truck stop right there. I'll go down to the rest area. Oh, all those people just ran the damn red. Like, my light was green while they were going through the intersection. So when I get to the rest area, I'll send over the paperwork through the TransFlow app. Got to take pictures of all the paperwork and then send it over. All right, there's nobody coming through. What in the hell? My fan fell over. I'm not tired at all. I'm perfectly fine with driving all the way down to Portland right now. It's just that the traffic is so bad. I think it's maybe be holiday traffic, but I can't imagine that this is holiday traffic. People driving home after the holiday, that usually happens over like the weekend. People are usually already home by now. But yeah, I didn't realize traffic was this bad in between Seattle and Vancouver. And I'm not in a rush, so there's really no point to me dealing with this bumper-to-bumper traffic for 5 hours driving all the way to Portland. I can just go to the rest area and take a nap, and then drive down there overnight, get there early in the morning, and not have to deal with all the traffic. There's something that's sprayed all over the window. And I don't want to turn the wiper. Yeah, just cut me off. Why not? The last car did it. All these assholes need to take an exit. And instead of getting in behind me, everybody's passing me and then cutting me off. I mean, this is just normal. This is what happens all day, every day. This is the reason that I don't like driving in the right lane, is because people do this shit. But when there's only 2 lanes, you got to drive in the right lane. Bellingham, Washington, next 7 exits. What an asshole. The car that drove past me and then cut me off just passed one car that was in like bumper to bumper traffic so that it could cut it off. It just went out for this damn exit. Like, what an asshole. What is wrong with people? Why are people so aggressive? Like, that person gives absolutely zero fucks about anyone but themselves. And they don't understand how dangerous what they're doing is. Cutting people off like that. Those cars that it cut off in front of me are not very far apart. Like, it was within a couple of feet of both vehicles when it cut them off. Just a second here. Cars in front of me are slowing down. We're down to 52. There's a lot of merging traffic. And they are just forcing their way onto the roadway. I'm not sure if traffic is worse now than it was 20 years ago. Like, in general, there's more people on the road, but like 20 years ago, we had people like the 55 Club. I forget their exact name, but there was a group of people, I think it was mainly in California, that were advocating for a 55 mile per hour speed limit or some shit like that. I think they were environmentalists. I think it was some environmentalist. Oh, look at that asshole just cutting everybody off for the exit. Oh my goodness. Anyone who does that should have their license taken away for a minimum of 6 months. First offense. But yeah, the 55 Club, what they used to do is like on I-80 through Sacramento. I'm not sure what all roads they would do it on, but it made the news several times while I was driving truck. But it was whenever I noticed it on the news, it was I-80 in Sacramento. They would get side by side all the way across the interstate. It's like 5 lanes across, 5 or 6 lanes. Yeah, just cut me off, slam on your brakes. Why not? All right, we're going to... Oh, after you cut me off and slam on your brakes, now you need to get out of that lane. You're going to cut me off for a second time. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? sorry for the language. This is the reason I'm not driving all the way to Portland right now. There's just like too much stupid out on the road at the moment. Now this idiot just hopped in behind another slow-moving vehicle. Are they going to realize that they're moving slow and then cut me off again? It's a black woman, a young black woman. Oh my goodness. Yep, they just realized they're behind another slow vehicle, so now they're forcing their way back out into the left lane. Like, I don't know why they're so aggressively cutting people off to get over in the right lane. They're not taking an exit, and they are not judging traffic. Now they're passing me. She's passing me again. She's going to pass me and cut me off again. Here she comes. There she goes, cut me off again. And now she slowed down. Now she's speeding back up. Oh, man. That single lane traffic backup has gotten a lot worse since I went through it earlier. And there is just no reason for it to be backed up like that. That's all caused by just a couple of people doing stupid things. It's amazing how just a couple of stupid people can cause several miles of backup. But yeah, the 55 Club would get side by side all the way across like 5-6 lanes on I-80, block the entire road, and slow down to 55. They would cause a massive traffic jam, and they would cause extreme road rage. Like, people would try passing them on the shoulder, and they try to block people from passing on the shoulder. Yeah, just come over real close. Why do these cars get so close in front of me? Do they not realize how dangerous this is? Now they're slowing. Why do you pass me and slow down in front of me? Yeah, I need to get off the road. I can't. I'm just like, there's like a tolerance. Like, there's a level of stupid that I can handle. And once I go past that point, I just can't take it anymore. And I've hit my stupid threshold. I hit it earlier today. There's just way too much dumb in the state of Washington. Why did? Oh, I'm at my stupid limit, so I apologize. I'm just going to do a lot of complaining. I don't understand why people so aggressively pass me. Like they speed, they cut me off. They drive like an absolute fucking maniac to get in front of me. And then once they get in front of me, they turn on Sunday strolling mode. And they're just like real chill. They just slow down and start checking out the scenery and they just relax. Google popped up and said there are police ahead. And it said, "Are they still there?" And I said, "Nope." People should not be reporting law enforcement locations to other people. I know that these idiots that do it, they think that, oh, law enforcement are bad people that are just out here to do bad things. Like, the radical left is just, it's a cult of crazy people. By them reporting law enforcement is there to enforce the law. And I know that they've gone through the indoctrination, and their indoctrination has told them all kinds of crazy nonsense about law enforcement. But whenever they report law enforcement location, they're not only endangering law enforcement, they're reducing the effectiveness of law enforcement to enforce the law. Like, they should not be reporting law enforcement location. Google should be sued because I'm pretty sure it's illegal to report law enforcement location. Like, to track law enforcement. That's the reason truckers came up with like terminology for law enforcement, like to give out law enforcement locations. You know, their truckers don't say, "Oh, there's a highway patrol at exit so and so." They'll say like there's a Smokey Bear or Super Trooper or something like that. Which they shouldn't even be doing that. But yeah, I'll usually, whenever people start reporting police and Google asks me if the cops are still there, I'll just say no. Get that off of there. .3 miles to the rest area. 42 degrees outside. What time is it? It is 11:13 a.m. So if I take a 10-hour break, I'll be able to drive at like 9:30 tonight. I'll probably wait until like 11 p.m. or midnight to drive. It's only 5 hours. It's really going to suck if I don't have a very good network connection with a cell at this rest area. Because I'm probably just going to lay in bed and watch YouTube videos, try to take a nap, even though I just slept for like 12 hours. Still have not gotten a single load alert, which is to be expected. Like, I'm fully expecting I'm going to get almost no load alerts this whole week because of the holidays. That reminds me, I need to contact Glenn, where I pay to park the truck. I have been trying to pay for parking. My parking ends at the end of December, and I pay for 4 months at a time. And I've been trying to pay for parking. I contacted him Monday of last week, Tuesday, Wednesday. And he wasn't at work to be able to process my payment. He was at home. He said that he would send me an email with something where I could pay online on Friday, and he didn't do it because he said he thought he would be in the office on Friday. So I'm guessing he decided not to go to the office on Friday. So I need to check and see if he sent me the email today, and if he didn't, I need to contact him again and tell me to send the damn email so I can make a payment. I'm going to get really ticked off if he tries to charge me some late fees or something after I've been trying so hard to pay my bill.
In a half mile, take the exit toward Bow Hill Rest Area.
Oh, the girl that's been cutting me off exited at the rest area as well.
Continue on to Bow Hill Rest Area, then you will arrive at your destination.
Nope, that's not her. That's another SUV. Oh. All right, let me put my sun visor up. Got a bunch of box trucks and RVs in here. Oh, excuse me. Oh my God, that RV. Excuse me.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-5 South.
That RV is jacked up with basically all the tires missing. All right. I don't like the parking arrangement here. These spots are not very easy to get into. I'm afraid of somebody hitting me. There's a lot of smoke coming off the engine. Let me pop the hood and take a look at this. Great. Fix one problem, and then another one arises. I have some kind of exhaust leak. I don't feel like tracking it down right now. I don't feel like taking the side panels off and crawling under the truck and trying to locate it, but I have an exhaust leak somewhere. It's on the right side of the engine, same damn area where I had the coolant leak. You know what it might be? It might just be all that coolant that leaked burning off. I don't know. It's something I'm going to have to keep track of. Like, I'm not seeing it right now. I don't know, man. I'm just getting tired of all the problems. But get all the brakes set and do an inspection. And then park here. Wait till probably 11 o'clock or midnight, and then drive. Let me see what the distance is. Get my phone. $268 miles, 4 hours and 28 minutes at a 60 mile per hour average.
You have 7 hours and 34 minutes of remaining drive time.
Yeah, that exhaust leak over on the right side might not have been an exhaust leak at all. That could have just been something wet getting on the engine and burning off. Because it's not, there's nothing coming out anymore. It was just for a few seconds that it did it. But yeah, I'm going to sit here and take a 10-hour break and then drive on down to Portland after my break. I need to send in the paperwork and all that good stuff. So that is me doing all my deliveries today. Hope you enjoyed it. Have a good one. Bye.